Okay, I think we're ready to go. Up. Up. And down. Okay. Very good. Very good. Link to past speed runs. Lord help me. God willing, we'll have a good run today. 2 days in a row with nothing. Need to fix up. Let's get started. At least yesterday, the runs in general were better, if not in length. Alright, 3, 2, 1, go. That's dumb. Eating. That should have been a lot better. Solid start. A little bit unlucky with the rat, but otherwise, E-rat that is. Otherwise, almost no complaints there, outside of my own mistakes. Can't really fault the RNG for anything on that. That's... I really just gotta be careful with that. Like, when I'm paying attention, I don't make that mistake when... I'm doing what happened there, like I'm trying to scratch my face while moving or something like that. That can tend to happen. That's unfortunate. Shit. Lose a little bit of time because of that room. Sucks. I made a mistake. I went up too far. You gotta be careful with the vertical height in that room. Otherwise you'll accidentally trigger that Cyclops when you don't want to, and then what you saw happen to me will happen. Alright, I need to figure out what it is I'm doing that causes that to happen every time now. That's not good. I can't be getting hit there all the time. 1453 is all right. Guess I was off. Wow. Okay. I certainly didn't think so, but I'm done live. Definitely not on pixel there. Please get out of there. Please get out of there. Don't get stuck. Don't get stuck. Well, that's actually a good fight. Again, how do I keep doing that? So weird. Oh my god. Fuck. Fuck! God damn it. Of course. this game. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Can't believe what I just saw. Unbelievable. Not good. Don't worry about it. It's not something to apologize for. Don't worry, you didn't miss anything. Your body's passing out like that, it's telling you need to rest, so it's best to rest. Oh yeah, I mean, I appreciate that, but look, everybody's got to take care of themselves. So. In the long run, from that perspective, in the long run, it doesn't do me any good if you end up getting sick and then can't watch for an extended period of time, so. Or burnout, or, you know, something like that. I certainly don't want people to feel like watching is like an obligation or something like that, you know? Obviously, I appreciate everyone who does watch for however long they do watch, but do it because you can and because you have the time, because you want to. That's about all I have to say on the matter, I suppose. But, again, I do appreciate the sentiment. It's nice to know that people care enough to want to watch. Makes you feel like you're doing something right, you know? So far today, I'm in pretty good form. Last run was actually excellent, and then the game said it was going to have none of that. And subsequently squashed me hard on the Tower of Hera. But that's just one of those things. Had to, but kind of getting back to, like the taking care of yourself thing. When I was coaching soccer, that's one of the things you really have to stress with kids, is especially when it's a team with a lot of players, you don't want to, take time off or be out, because next thing you know, the spot you thought you had gets taken. But at the same time, if you try to power through an injury to the point that you further injure yourself and you're out for an extended period of time, that is what's really going to hurt you in the long run. At the end of the day, that's kind of one of those things where people will give you advice, but at the end of the day, you just kind of got to know yourself and what you can handle. Some people have higher stress or pain or fatigue tolerances than others. So what works for one person may not work for another. I want anyone who's watching me, or just, people in general, to take proper care of themselves, that's all. Just that sentiment. Yeah, when you got a roster of 40 or 50 kids, but only 11 spots on the top team and then 11 more on the second team, I mean, half everybody's getting left out. So if you've got a spot, you don't want to lose it. I can definitely understand that. Man, at the end of the day, you do what you think is the best thing for you. It's about... That's really the best advice you can usually give anyone. Not always, but... Yeah. I can definitely understand wanting to spend time with your kid, especially during the summer. You know, it's funny, like... When I was younger and the economy got bad, like my dad got laid off one time, and so he was out of work for like a year. And, you know, obviously for him that was really stressful, and then for like family finances and things like that, that wasn't good. But I enjoyed the year I got to spend with my dad that otherwise I wouldn't have. Oh, that's pretty neat. Yeah, I mean... I'm going to... if you're homeschooling, I'm going to guess that you're in the US. I don't know, that may not be the case, but... You don't see that a lot outside of the US, really. Well, some places don't even allow it, but... That's one of those things where if you got the time and the ability to do it, I think it can absolutely be a positive versus public schools. Now, that's not to say public schools don't have their advantages, but like there is something to be said for spending time around a lot of people, especially the average person. You learn a lot about the world from that, but it's not like you can't get that and homeschool at the same time, too. I mean, that's usually like the first thing people go to when they're defending public schools, but... And it's a valid point, but personally, like, I just think that's a lot of coping most of the cases. Like... Now, it does depend on the public school system, because some public school systems are a lot better than others, but if you can send your kid to a private school, you're probably better off doing that. Versus a public school. If you can homeschool them and do it well, in a lot of cases you're probably better off doing that. I understand the sentiment entirely. Now, to be fair, like, because I wasn't in with quote-unquote Gen Pop at my school, I actually had pretty good teachers, but let's just say the school as a whole, not exactly winning any awards here. Too late. By the time I was graduating from high school, like a lot of the modern day problems that you're seeing in public schools now that, well, it's not that you're seeing them now, that are being talked about a lot more now, were already pretty prevalent. It's just that they were, a lot of stuff was kind of at the ground floor level at that point. But I could look at the years of students behind me and tell that something was very different. It's part of the reason I decided that me and the US didn't really fit together anymore. And don't misunderstand, like I generally do appreciate and respect a lot of things about the way the US is supposed to work. But I also can't ignore the realities of the way things are, too. So, like, just my personal principles and how I viewed, like, society and other things ought to function. That's not to say everything about Japan fits me better in that sense. That's certainly not the case, but as a whole, I just feel more like this country kind of fits my personality and style of life I want to live than the US did. So I decided to move after I graduated. I understand that entirely about, you know, just learning to survive. I had the highest grades in my school, and nobody knew who I was. Oh no! Oh no! Can't believe I did that again. I didn't think it was that. Oh, it sucks. Like, I knew it was a little bit to the left. I didn't think that happened, though. I thought it had to be farther to the left for that to happen. Oh, man, that really sucks. It's like 15 seconds. Oh. Yeah. Like, there's a lot that can be said about U.S. politics at the current stage, but you know, a lot of people probably don't even remember Andrew Bart at this point, and a lot of people have different opinions on him. I don't really care one way or the other, but he said something that is very true and that a lot of people still don't seem to understand, which is that politics in the US is downstream of culture. And people are complaining about the politicians a lot right now, but these are the same people that chose those politicians. They aren't there by accident. You didn't have to vote for them. And best as I can tell, regardless of who you choose at this point, things don't tend to change very much. Like, the US has political problems, but those political problems are downstream of a cultural problem. And unless it fixes that cultural problem, like, you can change presidents and senators and representatives all you want, you're not going to fix the country. Yeah, like, I don't think there's been a good candidate for president since I've been alive, honestly. Certainly not since I've been able to vote, which is why I've never voted. And probably never will vote. I don't endorse any of these people. Barely endorse myself. Like, there's a real problem in the US right now to where it's more important, like, who says something than the substance of what's being said. And you know, when Expedition 33, I don't know if you've played it or not, like, when they wrote the line, I doubt they had a very high-minded ideals in it. It was more just, I think, aimed towards the story, but the idea that you have to look at things for how they are and not how you want them to be is a big modern-day problem, in that a lot of people just don't see things for how they are anymore. They want it to be a certain way, and rather than deal with things as they are, they entirely deal with them within the frame of how they want things to be, and that's just not going to work. Yeah, it's kind of interesting to look at what's going on in the US versus what's going on in the UK. Like, it's different problems with similarities, but they're on different points on different spectrums. But if the US is looking at the UK and thinking, like, the kinds of things that are going on over there can't happen in the US, they're incorrect. And if the UK is thinking the kinds of things going on in the US can't happen there, they're incorrect. Like, some problems aren't really, you know, individual to culture. Some problems are universal. And the idea that everybody can just get along, unfortunately, has got to go. Because, like, and this is the problem, like, that the modern liberal ideal, I think, has run into, is that everybody likes the idea of, you know, everybody being able to be tolerant of each other and peacefully coexist and get along and respect each other's ideas. But the thing is, like, when you have to live together and you're making laws in a competing fashion, sometimes some ideals can't be compromised. what do you do at that point? And this is the question that ideal has not been able to answer, and it's led to problems. Because rather than deal with that question, it has tried to bury it. Yep, this run's dead. That's too bad. Bad RNG, and then me jumping off that cliff, but really bad RNG on that fight. That's a shame. That's really good right up through the Tower Hair boss fight. Being up 40 seconds there is all right. Yeah, living in America gives people a warped view of how immigration works everywhere around the world. Mostly because America has had a very unique and almost non-existent immigration policy for the last 20 years. Actually, it's not even the last 20, it's more like the last 40. But most countries don't just let you in. Most countries don't just want you to stay. Most countries are happy to use you for your labor, but eventually they want you to leave. Like the only kinds of people that countries tend to welcome with open arms are the people that have vast amount of money to where them just being there contributes fiscally to the government finances. But once you start reaching outside of that, like most places under normal circumstances don't want that kind of person to come to their country, unfortunately. Like, you have to, like, in terms of immigration, you have to take a very pragmatic and logical approach to it. If you take a feelings-based or sympathy-based approach to it, you're going to end up in a bad place. And if you're going to move somewhere, one, that place has to have some reason to want you there. And two, like, you should want to be there because of what that place is, not what you want it to be. And somehow all of this has gotten lost and replaced with this weird idea that if you just let anybody in, eventually they'll just like I don't know, like assimilate into the Borg or like something like that. It's bizarre. And the thing is, like, most immigrants are adults, and one of the things you're going to learn if you study psychology and like human development, especially like brain development, is people don't really change that much once they're adults. So most likely, if you bring a bunch of adults into your country, they're not likely to just, you know, switch from being like whatever kind of person they were before to being the average person you would find in your country. They're going to be exactly like the kind of person they were before. That's not their fault. That's a completely reasonable thing to expect to happen. But when you start dealing with this from an immigration standpoint, you have to think in terms of, okay, what are the benefits of bringing a person in versus what are the downsides of bringing a person in. And if you just want to ignore all the downsides and only look at the benefits, and especially with the way, honestly, most modern immigration is being done, where the only benefits that are being looked at are on spreadsheets for the people that are hiring them. Like, that's not a way to go about immigration. Like, all that's going to lead to is trouble for everyone else. It's going to lead to trouble for the immigrants themselves. It's going to lead to trouble for the common person. It's going to lead to trouble for the government. And eventually, it leads to trouble for the corporations, too. Yeah. I don't know, like, the thought that things can somehow change without things getting bad is nice, but like, I don't know, like, sometimes I think things have to get bad to get better. Like, I really hate the political rhetoric that tries to act like you can work your way out of a problem with no sacrifice. Like, just a simple policy change will just magically fix everything. Like, no, like, most things that you have that are nice had to be gotten through a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. And those things can be lost just as easily, or not just as easily. They are as easy to lose as they are difficult to attain, is what I'm trying to say. But I think what bugs me the most about modern American political rhetoric is that much too much people are just entirely turning towards the government or some kind of big organization to just fix everything for them. And, you know, things used to not work that way. Like, even when I was younger, things didn't really work that way. For the most part, you had tighter-knit communities where when you got in trouble, your first thought wasn't to go to, like, the government or, you know, some kind of organization or YouTube or something like that to get that done. Like, you could rely on the community to do things the right way or to help you out, or your family to help you out. But, you know, these days people barely have families because a lot of people didn't have kids. And because there's less kids, communities are smaller. And then because you also have larger immigrant population, I mean, let's just be real. Like, the studies have shown this time and time again, like, the more diverse an area gets, the less interconnected people tend to be. So when that happens and you don't feel like you have a community to rely on, people turn to the only place they think they can turn, which largely tends to be the government. And so something that you would ideally want to keep small and very narrowly focused instead has become this massive behemoth that now, if it does anything, regardless of what it is, somebody has to lose. That's not the way it was supposed to be, and that's not the way it should be. Like, part of the reason people are so shit to each other too is because if you are relying on your family or community to help keep you afloat, to help keep things right, if things go wrong, you need them, you're likely to be better than those people. But if you know in the back of your mind, well, in the end, the government's going to bail me out, suddenly you don't have to be too nice to those people anymore. You don't have to care about your community anymore. You don't have to care about your family anymore. That's kind of gets back to what I was talking about originally with politics being downstream from culture here. Like, why are you relying on someone like Donald Trump to help you out in the first place? How did it get to that point? Like, Donald Trump's not even a Republican. The man's a 90s Democrat. On policy, he's really not that much different than Bill Clinton was. If people want to complain about Trump, okay, how did you get to a point where he won? And not only did he win, it's not even crazy that he won. People want to act like it was crazy that he won. No, it wasn't. That's just how bad his opponent was. That's how bad his opponents were all along the way. That they couldn't beat him. He is your president because that is what people deem to be the best option. Don't blame him for that. People want to vote and then don't want to take responsibility for their vote. Like, this is going to get off on a little bit of a tangent here, and like, it's the kind of discussion that, I mean, no one will ever have in the U.S., like, publicly, because the ramifications of it are terrible. But the bigger something gets, the harder it is to control. And the more people there are, the less likely anyone is to take responsibility. And I kind of learned this through coaching. Like, from just in teaching a long time. And like trying to get people to do what they're supposed to do. And one thing I learned is that when you make something the responsibility of a large group, what happens is it's everybody's responsibility, but at the same time, it's nobody's responsibility. So you get the classic case of, well, I thought he was going to do it. There's so many other people, you know, why can't they do it? Or what's really common is, well, there's so many people here, nobody's going to notice if I don't do anything. Like, so much of the way things work in the US right now is, and it's not just the US, it's a lot of places that are like this, especially the bigger things get. So much of the way things work is about, you know, it's funny, it's like the whole thing going on with like the Legos right now is kind of an example of this. People will bend over backwards to avoid responsibility for anything, when it would have just been easier to do the right thing in the first place. Like, part of the reason things have gotten so bad in the US is because, you know, like, this is something I noticed when I was still in high school. It's like, people just, especially when it comes to politics, because of the things that politics is now tied up into, like, people are really afraid to admit they're wrong about something because they've made politics such a big part of their lives in a lot of cases that if you admit you're wrong about something, then it puts you in a position where you have to really kind of rethink your whole, like, how you've lived your life to that point, like your worldview and all sorts of other things like that. And then at the same time, it also kind of puts a spotlight on, okay, well, like, what's my responsibility here? What's my fault here? And nobody wants to do that. Absolutely nobody wants to deal with that kind of situation or answer those kinds of questions. So people just get more obstinate, more hard in their stances, more illogical, more irrational, to the point now where there you will see multiple examples of one side of the left-right spectrum or the other. And, like, don't get me wrong, like, I don't think left-right is the proper way to view things for most of this stuff. It's just how it's framed all the time by the media and the average person. So I'm just using that framework. But you will see people on opposite sides of the left-right framework support one thing in one case, but then turn right back around and then pretend they weren't supporting it. And it's clear to everybody how hypocritical this is. And it gets pointed out multiple times, but nobody really cares. So it's like, well, what are you doing to do about that? You know? Like, once you've gotten to that point, like, how do you even fix that? Like, reality doesn't matter anymore. Truth doesn't matter anymore. Like, how do you fix that divide? And, like, before you ask how, like, I think you have to ask, is it even possible to fix it? I don't know. Like, I think a lot of times it's kind of interesting, like, talking about things like this, because, and this is something that I heard Jordan Peterson mention once, that, and a lot of people got a lot of opinions about Jordan Peterson. Like, the political stuff, I'm not really going to comment on one way or the other, but it's important to remember that this man was a very well credentialed and accomplished clinical psychiatrist and a very good researcher and a very good professor. So like there's a lot to be learned from him, regardless of what you may think of some of his political opinions. And one of the things he was talking about, like when I saw him giving a speech somewhere, is like, you know, this was after he'd kind of gotten quote unquote famous. The nature of like talking about things and your problems, like it forces you to kind of logically work through them. Because in order to express an idea, you have to somewhat understand it. And to somewhat understand it, you kind of have to logically break it down. So, you know, like kind of talking about this, like, I've got opinions on this stuff. I don't generally talk about it very much just because most people aren't ready to hear people's opinions. Like, that's just the honest truth. Like, most people don't want to hear other people's opinions. They just want to hear their opinion said back to them. That's the honest truth. Most people don't want to hear other people's opinions. They just want to hear someone else say the opinion that they have. That's true of me as well, honestly. But yeah, this kind of like talking about, it forces you to think about one of the things. And one of the things I'm kind of thinking about while talking about this is, you know, people complain about national elections in the US all the time because, well, obviously national elections have national consequences. So, you know, it's the big stage, so to speak. So it's the thing that gets the most attention. It's the thing that has the most power. But the average person in the US knows shit fuck nothing about what's going on at the local level where they live. They know absolutely nothing about who's on their school board, who their, you know, town council people are, the homeowners association or things like that. The average person doesn't know shit about any of this stuff. But the truth of the matter is, like, probably if more people spent more time focusing on those things, like, the national level stuff would probably eventually work itself out. I mean, opinions are a tough thing because, you know, some people say things like, you know, there's no such thing as a bad opinion or a wrong opinion, but that's not true. There's plenty of bad, stupid, dumb opinions. Opinions that should never be given the time of day. There's plenty of those. But what's also true is saying that there is an absolute 100% right opinion is pretty much impossible to do in a system as complex as the average modern day country. So then, what do you do? And that what do you do question is the question that it basically remained unsolved for hundreds and thousands of years. And that's not to say that there aren't solutions. There are absolutely solutions, but those are solutions that nobody will like. Well, that's not me saying that those are the solutions we should take either, but that's just the truth of the matter. That's not a gold split. I was just late on the button coming out of the jail cell. With a sufficiently complex system, there's an infinite number of solutions available. How do you find the best one? I mean, that's a pretty pragmatic approach, and the honest truth is that is what most modern, quote-unquote, Western governments have somewhat tried to do. But you use the word both there. That's a very kind of telling word there, because both implies two. What if you're not dealing with two? Or if you're dealing with 3 or 4 or 10. Like, part of the reason that US politics works the way it does, and, you know, other countries kind of look at it and they don't like it, and I can understand why. But there is reason behind why politics in the US tends to be an A or B option. And that's because it makes the choice a lot simpler. It makes the solutions easier to understand. But what if you're trying to make an A-B solution for something that's not an A-B problem? And I think, like with a lot of the political solutions that people try to come up with these days, this is the wall that they're running into. This is part of the problem that modern Western governments are running into, is that they want it to be an A-B problem, but it's not an A-B problem. It's an A, B, C, D, E, F, G problem. And I think what's happened in Britain with how their political parties have kind of broken down and the way that support is distributed is a good example of this. Like, for forever it was, you know, the Tories or Labour, and then you had like a couple of smaller parties that, while not insignificant, were never big enough to really be a threat to the two big parties. But now you're in a system where support among parties is so broken up that you could win an election and not even get 20% of the vote potentially. Does a government like that have the will of the people behind it? Labour found out the answer to that is no. They won a vast majority of the seats in Parliament, but everybody hated them from the outset. Because they didn't get there because people liked them, they just got there because they had the biggest portion of a ever divided pie. So then what do you do, like, when you can't get it down to two choices? Well, some people will say, well, let's just have more votes. Okay, when? How? How often? How do you decide who gets cut where? I mean, that's certainly an option. But if you're in the US and you're doing biannual congressional cycles, it's almost like the campaign never ends. Imagine elections being a year-round thing. You think it's bad now. Yeah, like it's... And I was going to say this earlier, like, if the system's overly complex, rather than finding a solution to the complex system, perhaps the solution is to decomplexify the system. But again, what does that entail? And is that something that people really want to talk about? These aren't easy questions. But saying that, and then getting back to something that Jordan Peterson talked about in his, Harvard lectures. Problems like that, you can kind of think of them as a dragon. And you can ignore the dragon, and you can pretend the dragon doesn't exist, but day by day that dragon gets bigger and more powerful. And eventually, the dragon gets so big and so powerful that ignoring it is no longer an option. And to be quite honest, I think a lot of the current turmoil that you're seeing throughout the West right now is not from a sense of moral purpose and that we have to do something about this problem. It's more so from a sense of things have gotten so bad, i.e. the dragon has gotten so big that there's no choice but to deal with it. And it's a hard thing, when you're in a comfortable position, your basic needs are met, and you don't really have any kind of existential threats. It's really easy just to not do anything about problems. It's really easy just to kind of, deal with the ones that seem simple enough to deal with and just kind of look the other way on the stuff that's messier and harder to deal with. But if life's a race, reality is the marathon champion. Undefeated. Sorry, didn't respond to the hello there. It's Sweetie Master. I hope you're having a good day. Run's going alright today. Had a good one right off the bat, but the game decided it didn't like that, so it did something about it, so to speak. I'm doing alright. Stayed up and watched the Summer Games Fest stuff, and I kind of made sleeping awkward, so a little bit tired because I didn't sleep as much as I would have liked, but by the time I was kind of thinking about maybe going back to sleep a little bit, it was already time had already progressed enough to where it's like, if I go to sleep, like, I'm going to wake up a lot later than I want to, so just decided to stay up. I have an irregular work schedule, so it's not like a fixed schedule. So like I'll get a request for something and then I'll go do it. Sometimes it's multiple in a day, sometimes it's one in a day, sometimes it's on the weekends, sometimes it's on weekdays. But when I do have stuff to do, it usually tends to be earlier in the day. I don't know, like... I watched the State of Play, and I guess my kind of opinion on it was like, if you like what Sony's been putting out for like the last 10 years, you're probably fine with it. But I didn't really see anything in there for me personally. I mean, I've never played God of War, so I don't have really much of an opinion on it. Other than to say, like, for me personally, if you were to show me that game and not tell me the title of it and ask me if I was interested in playing it, the answer would be no. Like, just watching the fighting, like, I didn't see anything in there that I don't feel like you can get from, like, 15 other games right now. I mean, if that's what I'm going to grade it on, Tides of Annihilation looks way better right now. Yeah, I mean, like I said, if like the stuff that Sony's been putting out for like the last 10 years ago is something that you like, then that was probably like an okay show. Like, I'm bugged that Sony can't seem to make any new properties. It really kind of bugs me that the guy that used to run their Shadow of the Colossus studio ended up making a game that looks pretty interesting. And Sony couldn't even be bothered to get him to show it at their showcase. He showed it at the Xbox showcase. A system that, for all intents and purposes, is dead. Like, how does that even happen? What is Sony doing? I mean, they are desperately in need of some kind of new franchise. I mean, what's the most recent one for them that's gotten any traction? I guess the Ghost of Tsushima? Maybe Astrobot? But like, there's only been one Astrobot title in 6 years. Ghost of Tsushima at this point is how many years old? I mean, Sony used to release new IP all the time. I mean, even with Astrobot, like the full-fledged Astrobot game, like if you played Astrobot's Playroom, I mean, you were very familiar with how that game was. I mean, that game, Astrobot's Playroom wasn't quite big enough to be called a full-fledged game, but if you were to say Astrobot was a sequel to that, it'd be difficult to argue. Yeah, I mean, it's easy to understand why those games are getting made. And it's the same reason why back in the early 2000s, everybody was making shooters, like first-person shooters and third-person shooters. Because that was what was really selling at the time. That was what was really popular. And, you know, Elden Ring sold crazy, so everybody's trying to get on that bandwagon. The trend's dying out a little bit, though. Like, even, like, I like those kinds of games, but even me personally, like, honestly, unless it's a From Software game, I'm not terribly interested. Again, like, the only one I've seen recently where I looked at it and said, oh, I might want to play that was Tides of Annihilation, and that game still doesn't have anything even close to a release date right now. And then I guess the Final Fantasy VII part 3. Okay. I mean, there's nothing surprising about anything they showed, I didn't think, except maybe the job system. And I don't necessarily see that as a positive, because I think part of the problem that the game's got right now is that the first game came out and it was a very different game than the original game, and it's pretty complex to learn how to play it. And that in and of itself isn't a problem, but part of the appeal of that style of RPG that Final Fantasy VII was originally was that literally anybody could play it. Now, you didn't have to be good at action games to be able to play that game. That's not the case with the remakes. Like, you have to be pretty good at, like, action-style combat if you want to be able to play those games. I mean, yeah, you can throw it into, you know, the win button mode, but I think that, I mean, they make those modes, but I think that the problem that they have, even with those modes, is most people probably have too much pride to do that. Yeah, I mean, well, they get what they deserve. And I'm talking about Sony there, not the people in the chat. I mean, there's an argument to be made that Destiny was potentially their biggest property. Just because of the nature of it, and when you look at it over time and how many people played it and how much money was spent on it, I think there's an argument to be made there. So the fact that they're just kind of throwing it away for what was in that showcase is odd. I don't know, like, at the end of the day, I think Sony buying Bungie was a mistake, and Bungie allowing itself to be bought was a mistake. I don't think it worked out for either one of them, the same way that pretty much every company that Microsoft has bought, the long-term outlook of that has been extremely negative for the both of them. And this kind of gets back to what I was talking about before, like the bigger things get, the harder it is to do things right and to keep things moving the way they're supposed to moving and to keep people on task and responsible for their decisions. I don't know, like, all I know is, like, Sony absolutely overpaid for Destiny. They overpaid to an extent that because of the way laws work around corporate finance in the US, like, they had pretty much no choice but to accept the offer. Now, I'm saying that under the assumption I think they were a publicly traded company when Sony bought them. I don't know if that's the case, though. For sure. But if they were, then they were pretty much stuck. But, I mean, for Sony, it was a panic move because Microsoft was buying up all these studios. I remember saying to myself at the time, it's like, okay, let Microsoft buy these studios. A lot of them haven't put out a decent game in years. They're relying on games that were made years ago to keep them afloat. And Microsoft's history with buying studios has basically been to buy them and then the studio just kind of withers on the vine. And that's exactly what happened. So Sony just spent all that money on Bungie just to do exactly what Microsoft did, which was basically waste a lot of money. And piss off a lot of people in the process. I mean, I guess the only thing that maybe that's not true for Microsoft is Minecraft. But they have definitely made their money back on that. Maybe ask him to negotiate your next contract, your next salary. Yeah, all it was just a panic move by Sony at the time, and especially with like the way things were with Corona and everything, and then the game market is expanding. Like, there was money available to do something stupid, and they did. I don't know, though. Out of the games that came out of Summer Game Fest, I guess personally the one that I see and am most interested in is the Code Veronica remake. And I say that as someone who has not played a single one of the Resident Evil remakes so far. What else was there in there that I thought was interesting? And I guess the Final Fantasy remake, I'm gonna buy it and I'm gonna play it, but I don't know, like when I finished Rebirth, my opinion at the time was like, I'm gonna have to really think about whether I want to buy this game at launch or not. Like, I enjoyed Final Fantasy Remake. I wasn't necessarily a fan of what they were doing with the story or whatever, but like the gameplay itself, like I thought it was pretty good. I mean, it's a really unique battle style in that game, in that it looks like an action game, but it really does kind of play like a turn-based game, which is weird to say, but I mean, I guess you just kind of had to play it to understand. Like, just because of how the command system works and everything like that. Like, in a lot of ways, it really is kind of a turn-based game. Kinda, sorta. Even though it doesn't look or feel like it at all in a lot of other ways. But when when I got around to playing Rebirth, and I played Rebirth about a year after it came out, just because when it came out, I bought it at launch, and then I was playing something else, and I was like, I'll get to it, and I never did. But then, once I got time to sit there and play it, I just remember kind of just feeling overwhelmed by there's so much stuff to do. There's so many systems to have to learn. I really hope they don't, you know, push this further on the next one. And the thing is, like, there were still 2 characters left over that they hadn't even introduced yet, which meant there were 2 more fighting styles that they had to introduce. Which means that's even more things that a player is going to have to learn. Like, Rebirth sold less than Remake. And I get the feeling that this one's going to sell even less than Rebirth. And nothing about the way the game looks makes me think that they've done anything to really change that, because I think they've gone harder in the direction they were already going. And I think this is a problem, like, this is something that like Asmongold kind of complained about with World of Warcraft at the end. It's like, if you're just somebody that's trying to jump in, like, that game is going to be a mess of just things to try to catch up on, and like how the battle system works and things like that. And then if it's going to do like most games have been doing recently, where it's like, well, we have to challenge the super players, so we have to make everything more difficult. I mean, they know who their audience is, but how big is that audience? That was really dumb on my part. Oh well, this run's a mess. If my time looks like what I think it's going to look like, I'm probably just going to have to hit reset after this boss fight. Oh my lord. Oh yeah, it's over. Whatever. I'm going to do the boss fight anyway. Like, this guy has wrecked me 3 times in a row now. Like, I can't. I have to do this fight so that when I actually have a decent run here, I don't let it happen again. I'm good at like a solid month. I had 0 problems with this fight, and then it's 3 times in a row he's just absolutely ruined me. I should have taken a different approach there. I should have come from the underside and tried to get him out of it while he was in that gap over on the left. Oh boy, I'm lucky he didn't hit me there. That was dumb. Should have just done a sword swipe. I've started doing something with this fight that's messing me up. Like, I shouldn't be having this much trouble. Not when I had no problems for a solid month. And see, that's the way it's supposed to be. But I don't know, like, the job system, assuming they do a good job with it, could be interesting in Reunion, but I just worry that they're going to make the game so complex that like, if you haven't touched Rebirth in 2 years when the game comes out, it's just going to be like a chore to try to remember how everything works again. Because that's how it felt playing Rebirth for me. Like, when I hadn't played Remake in like 5 years at that point. Right, this is part of the problem with games coming out like every 5 years or something. You know, people do other stuff in between there. It's not like everybody's just playing your game for 5 years waiting for the next one to come out. If we're being honest about it, 12 is where the series really kind of took a big turn. And I know a lot of people really like 12, but a lot of people really, really don't like 12 too. I never played it, honestly. And that's not because I didn't want to play it, it just...
the delays with it and everything, and then when it came out, like, there was other stuff for me to play, and like, it just never kind of worked out where I played the game. But I've seen other people play it, and I don't know, like, I've always found the idea of having the game play itself to be really weird and odd. I understand there's like, there's decision making within it, you know? It's not like you're, you know, literally doing nothing, but I don't know, in some ways it's kind of weird for me to say that too, because I'm a person who loves over battle. All the fights in that game are like pretty much auto battle. The only thing you do is like there's a choice of 4 tactics, and then you can use like tarot cards. It's kind of like in battle buffs, but I mean that was where the series kind of changed. That's also where Sakaguchi was no longer associated with Square Enix at that point. And I don't think it's a coincidence that Final Fantasy kind of seemed to lose focus of what it was when that happened. Because I think what happened is when he left, I don't think there was a clear direction for who was going to take the lead on a lot of stuff, and I think because of that, like, everybody's kind of taken, the people who've worked on it have kind of taken it in their own direction. Whereas before, like, Sakaguchi was kind of always there to kind of more or less set the overall direction of the series. Without that person there, I think that it's kind of become a mess. To where, if you were to ask somebody what a Final Fantasy game is now, I don't even know if anybody could tell you beyond, summons. Like, really, like, what's the overarching theme at this point? Oh. I don't know, like, I don't have any, optimistic outlook for Kingdom Hearts fans at the moment, to be quite honest. Like, I don't know if that's an IP that can actually do well anymore. Like, my generation, yeah. Because my generation is the Disney adult generation. But I don't know if Disney's got the gravitas and the nostalgia pull with the younger generation right now to be able to make a Kingdom Hearts game work. And once you throw into it, like, how kind of messy Square's game direction has been recently, like, I learned this with Valkyrie Profile and Star Ocean. Like, sometimes you may want something, but be careful what you wish for, especially with current Square Enix. I mean, like, let's look at Dragon Quest right now. They basically had to restart the entire project on that. Like, I don't know how much they were able to salvage of what they originally were doing, but they almost had to restart they almost had to restart from scratch. And now that the main music composer and the main art director are both dead, I mean, the producer's still there, Hori is still there, but I don't know how they're going to make Dragon Quest that feels like Dragon Quest anymore. I mean, because like the music and the art were a huge part of what Dragon Quest was, and let's just be real, it doesn't matter if they replace those two guys. Whoever they're replacing with is just going to be an imitation of what they were, and if you try to change Dragon Quest too much, it's just not going to be Dragon Quest anymore. So then when you've reached that point, I mean, sometimes you just kind of got to say, well, it's over and I enjoyed what I had to this point, but pushing it beyond this is not going to produce it's not really in everybody's best interest anymore. So, like, Dragon Quest 12 is going to come out one way or another, I'm pretty sure, but I'll be honest, like, I kind of hope that that's the last one. I mean, it's the same thing as, like, imagine them trying to make, like, a new Dragon Ball series without Toriyama there. Like, that just doesn't seem right. I mean, yeah, they can do it. They obviously can do it. But is it a good idea? This is terrible. Ah. ダヨンコさん、ありがとうございます。頑張ります。多分今日はちょっと喋りすぎて、ゲームプレイが乱れてます。Oh man. I mean, look how long it took him to finish Kingdom Hearts 3, and I mean, I'm not going to say the game was bad or anything, but I mean, Square Enix is moving in some positive directions, though. Like, their smaller projects seem to be going a little bit better overall than what they've been doing in the past. But the big projects, the ones that people care about, like, they still haven't figured out what they're doing there yet. I mean, to their credit, like, they haven't released a bad Dragon Quest yet. Like, a really bad one yet. Or, like, a really mediocre one yet. But I'm kind of worried about this next one. I mean, financially, they're kind of okay, I think. It's... Final Fantasy XIV carries a lot of water for them. But that game's starting to slow down. And I think that, you know, like, their mobile games and live service games, too, like, for the most part, I think have been profitable. Like, I can't remember the most recent fiscal report with them, but the Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest series, like, they've got a problem because the consumers of those series' average age is not much different than mine. That's not good. Because what it basically means is they've got the same fan base that they had like 15, 20 years ago. And they haven't been able to change it at all. Or to bring new people into the fold. And that's not an easy thing to do, honestly. Like, it's really kind of difficult to bring in a new generation into something. Like, Star Wars was able to do it through the prequels and then the originals just being movies that were easy to watch and easy to show your kids, so... But as we've all kind of seen with the more recent Star Wars performance, stuff like that is certainly not guaranteed to work. And if you don't do a good job of stewarding your big franchises like that, you can absolutely see them die off just from old age. And I think that's Square Enix's biggest problem right now, is that their legacy fans, I think, are still mostly keeping them afloat, but they haven't done a very good job of building a younger fan base. And their only ideas for doing that seem to be trying to make new titles out of their older IPs, but those titles have been somewhat successful with younger audiences, but not very successful with their older ones, so it's almost like they're splitting their audience a little bit, which is also not ideal. Which then lends to the question, well, was it really the right idea to try to leverage legacy IPs to try to bring in new fans, or should you just try to make new IPs? And, well, obviously, it can be easier to do it with legacy IPs because you've got the inherent market share plus, recognizability and things like that. But at the same time, tastes change between generations, so what the people that were the quote-unquote original Dragon Quest fans like is probably not the style of game that younger generations want to play. So then, what do you do? Do you just say, well, to the older fans, well, we're just going to have to move on and try to chase after a younger audience, or do you keep trying to make content for that older audience, hoping that you can keep them around for a little while longer until they eventually reach a point where it's just not fiscally reasonable to chase them anymore? I think Square Enix has kind of been struggling with that question now for over a decade, and they haven't found an answer. And I think they were hoping that Final Fantasy, the remake for 7, was going to help them with this, but I don't think that's been the case at all. I think it did the worst thing that you can do, is it didn't really draw in the young audience that well, and it split the old audience. That's twice in a row that really kind of roughed me up on the way to the Eastern Palace. Alright, I need to kind of lock in here. Gotta play better than this. Alright. If I'm being honest, Capcom is maybe the only company that has managed to do this other than Nintendo. And say what you want about Nintendo and how they make games, that they make their games a little bit more oriented towards children is how they've been successful for so long. And I know they've got older fans that want them to make stuff specifically for them, but the reason Nintendo is because they keep bringing in a new young fan base every 10 years. The reason that Microsoft and Sony are kind of struggling right now in a lot of ways is because they haven't really done anything to bring in that younger generation, if we're being honest. Like, they've chased after the mid to late 20s and 30-year-olds, but they haven't really gone after the 15 and under crowd at all. And now that crowd, like, I think they lost like a generation of that crowd, honestly. Like, people talk all the time about, you know, like them not making any more Sly Cooper games or Spyro games or things like that. And you know what? Like, I don't really have any interest in playing those games, but like, those kinds of games can attract younger players, and you need those younger players to be in there early so they become your older players. But because they kind of threw away those markets because they're not as profitable, honestly. That generation of players went to Nintendo and smartphones. And TikTok and any other form of thing that can take your attention and time. And like with Nintendo, I think Pokemon is probably the easiest example. I can understand why people complain a lot about how Pokemon gets made and like how the game hasn't really evolved over the years, but Nintendo wants that game to be able to be played by 5-year-olds. Okay? That's important to remember that. That's how Nintendo stays Nintendo. Like, if you grew up playing Pokemon and like, you can be... I played Pokemon when I was in elementary school, the very first Pokemon. That's gonna date me a little bit, but I mean, that's how old a Pokemon fan can be. But Nintendo can't cater specifically to that crowd if they want to cultivate a younger audience. And that's what Pokemon is for. It's to get people, younger kids, into the Nintendo ecosystem so that they become the kinds of people that complain about Pokemon when they're 40 years old. I'm not one of those people. I haven't played a Pokemon game since the first one. But I understand Nintendo's stance on it, and I also understand those people's stance on it. Sometimes you gotta let stuff go and understand that it's not necessarily for you at your age anymore. That doesn't mean you can't buy it or you can't enjoy it, but the overarching direction of that thing is probably not going to be going in the same direction as you. And me say, like, don't misunderstand, like, me saying this is not a criticism of what Dragon Quest has done. Like, I think Dragon Quest basically sticking with their core audience all the way through here, like, I appreciate that as well. I mean, that's a decision. Like, I don't think there's a wrong decision there. Like, you can have series that are for that purpose, or you can have series that are supposed to be evergreen and constantly bringing in new players. You can have both. If you wanted like a farming metaphor, I guess you can look at it as like, you know, year-round crops versus seasonal crops. They both have their place and purpose, and they both have different financial arcs. But they're both valid choices, depending on your circumstances. Alright, maybe I can actually beat the first level. Sure. Alright. I'm doing terrible base work.
Let me through. Oh, that was a rough pattern. Excellent. All right. Kind of messy, but whatever, it worked. That's probably not actually a gold split. I was kind of late pressing the button out of the sewers. Like a second or two late, so I don't think that's a gold split. It might be, but I'll have to retime it. Like, I certainly don't think I saved a second and a half there. Alright. Got kind of a decent run going here. That's a terrible line, but still better than getting hit. I need to figure out what the correct line is there. Oh. Just a pixel too far to the left. There we go. That's a pretty good time so far. Put up a good land mollusk fight here. Be in pretty good shape. They're doing alright on those fights today.
I really thought I was going to hit that tower. There we go. Messed that up. That sucks. Oh well. Lost me a couple seconds. Let's have to live with it. Oh, that's not good. Need to pick up any more arrows. What? Why did we open? One pixel off, I guess. All right. Why? Why would you try to dash there? What are you doing? You know better. All right. Now I have a nice fight. All right. Not terrific. Good enough. Not the best fight I've had today, but good enough. Accomplishes the baseline goal, being even going towards the Tower of Hera. All right.
Slowdown's rough there because it messes with your timing. Can't be sure when the slowdown's going to end. Alright, North Hair has been gatekeeping me hard for 2 days straight now. Or is it 3? Regardless, I need to get by it. One, two, three, four. One, two, three. Oh, that was just... that was unlucky. Unlucky that both of those ran down there and then... Oh, man. That's one of the ugliest trips through there I can remember in a while. It could have been a lot worse. Oh. Okay. Okay. And so hopefully the boss this time doesn't decide to end me, like it has the last couple times. Just dashed at that thing. That would have been the simplest solution. Rather than swinging the sword 3 times.
Please don't screw me. No diagonal movements, only cardinal movements. Diagonal movements are slower than the boss. Okay. I'll be about 30 something seconds ahead, low 30s. Not as good as the run earlier today where I was 40 seconds up, but I'll take it. Mid 30s. Okay, that's better than I thought. Okay, let's not repeat the earlier tragedy. That's better. Had a really good run earlier today and missed that jump. And jumped right to the bottom. Just jumped right over that edge. No more bonks to it, please. Alright, we're gonna make it to the first RNG boss. Like a real RNG boss. Oh, that was off.
Damn it. I was afraid that might happen. That's a foolish risk. Shouldn't have done that. Just faked, base tanked it. Oh, really? Alright, if you say so, game. You know better than I. I swore I was on the right pixel for that. All right. What am I getting today? Anything under 3? First fight today didn't afford me that luxury. What was that today? Maybe that was yesterday. I don't remember. Last time I fought it, he was kind of nasty. Uh-oh. Phew. Three. Alright, maybe we're okay. Maybe we're okay. Maybe. 4. Uh-oh. Come on. 5. Alright, 50-50. What's it gonna be? Oh, you suck. Alright, so I'm gonna be like 15 seconds up. Somewhere around there. Uh, 15 is a little bit too optimistic, huh? 10. Alright. Taking some really ugly lines through here. Oh, like that. I don't know why I thought that had a chance. Should have adjusted. Alright. Alright. Here we go. Late on the button presses here. I need to lock in a little bit. A little bit slow on the button presses right now. I forgot to throw the bombs. Yeah. It's not that big of a deal, but it doesn't help. Should have walked up over the bomb. Waited next to the entrance there. That was actually a really good bomb throw on my part, even though it was a guess. Actually pretty much nailed the positioning on that bomb for throwing it from that position. But didn't have the confidence, so I waited at the bottom. We will get to dig holes today. What am I doing? Oh, that's a bad menu. Good enough.
Pretty good. Pretty good. I'll pick up time here. I just don't know how much. This would be a good split, though. Now comes the real RNG boss of this game. The true gatekeeper. And its little brother. Picked up 7 seconds. That's pretty good. Not golden split good, but it's good. That's not a good throw. Oh, I got away with it. Oh. Thought I threw it too late. Ah, you stupid pig. I knew you were going to do that. Menu place. Not menu yet. Menu later. Okay, I have messed this warp up like 2 times in a row recently. I don't know why. But we didn't mess it up today. I just messed up that menu, that's all. Alright, we're digging holes, folks. Hopefully I dig about 37 of them on this attempt, or less, and the heart piece shows up. Oh, come on. Not a good start. Not a good start, not a good start, not a good start. What are you doing? Terrible. What am I doing? This is bad. Oh man, I didn't give myself a shot. That's really disappointing. Oh! Oh! Oh man, that's lucky. That's lucky that showed up. I didn't deserve that. Not with that digging performance. Alright. We may have something here. Alright, there's potential. Now I just have to hope that game's little brother, the treasure box game, doesn't decide to get revenge.
Why? Oh, whatever. I should do. Oh, that's frustrating. All right. Okay. Really, two fairies going to show up there. All right. Come on, treasure box. Not a one. Within 3, please. Gladly take a 2, not a 2. Not a 3. Uh-oh. This is trouble now. Alright. Just have to take it. Not happy about it, but I don't have a better option.
Hopefully when I come out of this next dungeon, I'm only about 20 seconds behind. That is the hope. Slow on the brakes. Wasn't on the right place. Shouldn't have taken that risk there. Should have just hit the brakes at the door. Should have just done the careful thing instead of the risky thing. That's not good. Whatever, we'll get on the way back. Okay. That's a really generous room that time. That room can be hell if the little lizards run the wrong way. Oh, damn it. How did I do that? Good enough. Maybe a little bit over 20 seconds behind. Maybe about 25. I don't know. Hope it's not 30. Lost 50 seconds on that split. Did I forget about something I screwed up? Oh well, can't worry about it. It's done. must have messed up something else I'm not thinking about. There you go. Oh. Oh, that asshole almost ruined it. Ah. The soldiers really gave me hell there.
I remember. I missed that. I missed the flute. That's why I lost more time than I was expecting. I missed the bird pickup. That's what happened. That's why it was 50 seconds. Okay, that makes sense. That was really unlucky. That rock there, not the bird thing. The bird thing's kind of my fault. That rock being there was just luck, though. Oh, you suck. I hate you guys. You're such a pain in the ass. I was really kind of hoping to be able to pick up time on this dungeon, but now I just got to make sure I don't lose time. That sucks. I really thought I could pick up time here, but that's not going to happen anymore. Be good to me, Worm. Thank you. Good fight, please. Good fight, please. Good fight, please. Great. All right, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'll take that. I will absolutely take that. I'll pick up some time here a little bit. I think. Pretty sure. Might not be a lot, but I'll pick up some. I hope. Okay. If I don't lose time on this split, I will have done immensely well. Like, I'm almost guaranteed to lose time on this split, unfortunately. This is one of my toughest splits. That just did not work out. Why did you have to get in the way? Okay, at least you kind of stayed out of the way, but you prevented me from dashing out the door. Thought that was gonna hit me. Oh, you're kidding. Oh. Oh, that sucks. Oh, this is bad. Fuck. Fuck. I'm gonna lose like 20 seconds here. Like something happened there that I didn't expect to happen and I didn't try to do. Like there's a technique here you can use where it's like a short stab, where you don't swing the sword but you kind of stab with it. And if you do it right, you can actually do this faster. And on the first swing there, I accidentally did it. I didn't mean to do that. I just used normal swings here. And that threw off all of my timing and everything. Damn it, 15 seconds. That's all in that boss fight, too. I could have almost been even on that split without that. Oh man, that sucks. Oh, come on, man. I need your bullshit right now. Can't believe that happened. Brilliant start. That'll help. What the? Oh, how did that happen? Oh my god. Jesus. Oh my god, come on! If I'm losing time on this dungeon, it's not good. That means that time is like 17, 18 seconds off of PB. That's a shit time. I don't need that crap today. Oh, come on, man. Seriously? What?
What? It despawned the magic pot. I don't know how or why it despawned the magic pot. Jesus, that's... Oh my god. Like, I may be screwed here. How does that even happen? Man, I hope I've got enough magic to get through this. How much time did I lose? Too much. Oh, come on.
Of course you did. Why wouldn't you? There's nothing else you could have possibly done. Have to pick up the bottle next. Pick up bottle number 4 next. Got to do that about a week and a half ago and ruined a run that would have been a PB. Should be safe this time. Always the pigs. Always the fucking pigs. God. Oh my God, this is unbelievable.
I've never seen anything like that ever. Ooh.
Gonna be close. Just imagine if those stupid enemies hadn't given me all that crap coming up the mountain. Yeah, it'd probably been about dead even without all that.
Well, let's see how it goes. There's a chance. I have to play well, though. That was not very good. Not good. Those airdrops. That helps. That really helps. Come. Why did you go up there? Oh my god, it's just a disaster. Oh, this is bad. This may be what has ended it.
course. Of course. Of course. That fairy, oh my god, it's unbelievable what it did there. Ah, damn it. Oh, this is a disaster. It's over. But no, like I'm already like going to be 20 seconds behind. It's over. I don't think I can make this up here. I don't know how good this fight is. I might be able to. It's worth a shot. The odds are almost zero. I'm just gonna die. Yep. But I have anyone to blame but myself for that death anyway. That's entirely my fault. I just can't believe what that fairy did to me. I can't believe it just sat there and wouldn't leave the area. That's unbelievable. And then they taunt me with another one after that. Of course, it goes and runs off somewhere where I have no hope of getting it. Oh, it's unbelievable how much bullshit there was in that run. Oh well, didn't work out. I mean, that's a couple of seconds. The bigger problem was just the gauntlet, like that one room where I kept getting run around on the conveyor belt because that stupid enemy kept running the opposite direction of me. Or running away from me, like that. That's what really killed it. Like I lost a good 10 seconds in that room at least. And then because of all the damage I took from trying to run it down, like that's why I died on the Ganon fight too. Like it's just a mess. That's how it goes. Ugh. It wasn't all terrible, but just a shame. I'll have to go back and look at that Eastern Palace split and see what that really was. But I mean, it's not, honestly, like it's fine just saving that as is. Like that's not an impossible time anyway. I can still do like a couple seconds faster than that either way, so it doesn't matter. Summon best is under a 55.5 now. But I can't blame that last fight on anything but me though. Like you should be able to do the last fight without taking any damage. I just put myself in a bad position because I was in a hurry and frustrated over how badly the previous dungeon went. But all right, I am 30 minutes late for when I said I was going to do the other stream, so I need to go ahead and switch over. But thanks for watching, everyone. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. Hopefully it'll work out better next time. I mean, the RNG on this run wasn't that great, and still I had a shot. So I have that going for me. So anyway, again, thanks everybody watching. I'll be back and try this again tomorrow, probably around the same time-ish. Like if I give myself this time, and generally I can get like one run somewhere in there that's good enough to get this far. But if I only have like 2 or 3 hours, it's a little bit more difficult. Yeah. But as always, thanks. I'll be back, and I'm gonna just switch over to the other stream. So I'll be back in about 15 minutes, and I'm gonna finish up Mina the Hollower. It's this final dungeon, and then just picking up all the stuff I haven't picked up. So should clear the game relatively quickly, maybe 2 or 3 hours or so. I don't know. It depends, but that's what I'm going to be doing next. So if you want to watch that, by all means. But if not, hope to see you again tomorrow, and everyone have a good day or evening. Thanks for watching. Subscribe, follow, please. Bye-bye.